Cool. So today I'm going to be trying out windsurf is the plan. I've kind of been trying it out, seeing how their agent compares to Cursor. I'll try out the new, although not so new anymore, this browser tools MCP. It's been out for a week and a half or so. Um, One thing I want to do today is add mobile support for the game. Um, yeah. So I'm curious to see how it will handle some bugs that we've had, and we'll have a direct comparison to see how good it is. I guess these particular tasks. So first of all, let me try to use the the thinking model. Let me just read this. Whenever mode is turned on. So change this to your code. Okay. Okay, gotcha. I see they also have MCP, so we could try connecting it to Blender as well, just to see. And we go ahead and do that for later, because I want to try it out as well. Excuse me. I suppose let's just start with the first thing. I'd like to use um, I think it's called nipple.js for to add the mobile support for this game. Can you look at the code base and tell me how I'd go about that? Got an error. Oh, I got no more credits already. Oh no, that's not what it is. Just failed for some reason. Okay. Well, I will install it because we're going to be installing it anyway. I do like how it started with creating a new file. I don't have to specify that. Yeah, makes sense. I inserted it here, which is weird. Okay. Let me just see if it's actually doing anything. Oh, it does import the keys from game state, so that actually might work. Yeah, I think this actually works, so let's try it. have to open it on my phone though. You guys, I guess I can have an emulator or something. Add the viewport settings. I don't really know what this does, so I'm gonna ask. What does this do? Also, did you only add one joystick? Because we might need two, right? Okay. Why is this called menu stunning, dude? Oh, right, because menu. Okay. So now that we've added this joystick, how do I test this in mobile? Can I do this in the browser? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, using grok. I'm using that. I mean, yeah, you could do that too. I'll fix the shooting maybe today. This is a little weird. Oni, don't play with my clothes. So see, now that I added this, I guess I just change the device. Oh, nice. Okay. Obviously, I don't really see it. Let's see, what should we do for mobile? I guess just like make everything much smaller. To move the radar. So I'm gonna try putting this into windsurf. So this is what it currently looks like on mobile. Can we just render the nipple JS in the center of the screen? I cannot say that seriously. What is it called? I guess I'll attach main. Do I not need to attach the files in this? Can I not even do it? The heck? Is it this? There we go. Oh, this is nice, actually. I like this. I like this. I can select the functions really easily. I think I can do it in cursor too, but okay, try. Oh, that's good. Oh, nice. There it is. Oh, it actually works. I mean, it's backwards, but other than that, see, not quite. Doesn't quite work, but it at least moves the ship. Let's see. So if I move it forward, so basically we just need to turn down the sensitivity. There has to be two, right? One for the rotation of the ship and one for the turning of the ship. Okay, so we need to modify these controls. So firstly, we need to add another one, another joystick. One is responsible for the rotation of the ship. One is responsible for the movement of the ship. Um, yeah, so you need to add a second one right next to that one. Try doing that. Feel free to look at main.js for how the controls currently work. I'm liking Windsurf so far. Done a pretty good job, but we haven't had any stubborn bugs yet, so. All right, let's see what it does there. Oh, nice. Even added some text. Oh, that works really well. That's cool. It's pretty good, actually. The camera is definitely right on. The only thing is, the turn just rotates the camera, not the ship, right? So it has to do both. So I changed my mind, actually. I really liked what you did with basically the way it should work is that the right joystick should be responsible for camera movement, and the left joystick has to be responsible for both the movement of the ship and the rotation of the ship when you're turning. So when you go forward, it should just be activating the forward motion. But when you're doing any degree of turn, it has to actually activate both levels of movement. So also take a look at game state. You can get access to the boat. Look at ship controller, but you kind of gonna have to invent your own movement system for this because it's not going to look exactly the same. But I do like what you've done with the right joysticks. So that's the camera movement one. So you might not need to modify that very much. I wrote some paragraphs. Jeez. Yeah. So far, Windsurf, I'm really liking. Get another coffee. Little dog. Where is he? He's running around. Oh, sure. Yeah. Let's try this. Steer. Okay. Forward. It's way too, and it's like not moving, right? Somehow this is like weird. Okay. Oh, actually, one thing. I think one thing is a problem. Okay, so number one, when we when you're on mobile, the user's on mobile, we need to disable the camera controls. So you look at the camera controls.js, you need to disable that. And then number two, the steer, whenever you just click, it does a lot of rotation. So you should only really rotate when the user's pulling the joystick all the way forward, or not just clicking it in like the middle. So basically lower the sensitivity on the, or yeah, lower the sensitivity on the rotation. And also when you move forward on the left joystick, it's not actually moving the ship forward. So something's wrong with that control. I mean, the camera works really well, I think. Nice. Yeah, the camera's pretty good. However, it should keep rotating, but that's fine. It's mostly working. The only thing is the steer. Okay, so we add this essentially. Let's see what that does. Um, that makes sense. It's actually just yeah. Okay. Okay, some of the stuff it changed here doesn't really make sense, right? Why would you change this? There. Just make sure that part works. Touch controls active. You probably have to just export this, right? So one thing about Windsurf, it fixed this persistent problem with this not exporting the things that you used. So it just fixed that by itself. Just definitely an improvement there. This is a little weird. And drag the game off the screen. Actually, this kind of makes sense, right? If I go forward this way, I'd like steer the camera too, right? And I go forward, okay, and I rotate. Actually, okay, it's just backwards. But overall, mostly right. Okay, the only thing now, so the touch controls is when you're rotating left and right, it works really well, so don't really change much, but just inverse it. So right now when you go left with the steer, it goes right. When you go right, it goes left. So it just needs to be reversed. I just kept it really simple, which sometimes cursor doesn't. So I'm starting to think that this is going to be a really good tool to use when I'm stuck with cursor. Jump over to windsurf because it's actually so far been really quite good, at least at this particular task. Maybe the rotation's a little bit too much here. The rotation might be a little too sensitive if you can fix that. Just for the steering of the ship. So basically just reduce that. Hey, Wisteria. Yeah, I'm using 3JS. That's it. And no no I guess I just started using nipple.js for the joysticks. Uh, don't know why it's not just called joysticks.js, um, but it's pretty easy setting this up for mobile. I just need to just reorient the UI now, and it should be, I think, pretty good. Yeah, I know. You're basically saying I should use an engine. And I think that's what you're saying, right? And yeah, when you use support will come out. Exactly, yeah. I've been seeing on Twitter there's some MCPs for Unreal. I haven't checked Unity, but if those start working really well, then I'll just switch to that and then just basically talk to Unity to make I mean that's basically what I'm doing here, but much more capable, right? Because I could already have all the physics and stuff. There's a lot of tools, I guess. Because I guess the real reason to use this is it's just kind of easier if you don't have any experience with, I mean, easier to start. You don't have experience with Unreal and Unity. But if you can just talk to Unreal and Unity, I don't really know why you would do this way. Um, yeah. Oh yeah, I used MC right, and I tried the Blender MCP yesterday, and at first I was like, "This is gonna be amazing," and then my girlfriend was like, "Well," she's a little skeptical. She's like, "Try making a water bottle," and then it just made this monstrosity. So the Blender MCP is not very good either, I think. Um, I believe you, but once it works. Like right now with 3GS, I think it works because there's just so much stuff on the internet that it's trained on to build stuff. So you can get stuff working really quickly. Some basic stuff. But right now I'm trying windsurf. Actually, I'm not using cursor at the moment. So I just started that like today, an hour ago. I have to like find like make sure to try all the things before I just get settled on a tool. All right. I think for mobile, I'm gonna ask it what I should do because I'm not really sure the UI. So the joysticks work pretty well, but I'm kind of wondering what I should do with the rest of the UI for mobile. Can you give some, not code, but can you just give some like recommendations? Like, should I even have a radar? How should this work exactly? Right, so you can make like like screens you can drag in or something. That kind of makes sense. Might do that. Might just remove the status stuff. I guess I'm wondering specifically with the abilities, how should that work? Like, should it be, where should it be on the screen? Because there's going to be like 6 abilities. So how should that work? Bottom arc, place it between the joysticks. Yeah, let's look at that. Mobile Legends, right, because Mobile Legends has like 6 abilities, right? Let's check that out real quick. All right, yeah, see? Uh, oh, that's not Mobile Legends. This is, okay, yeah, so just create just some, right, but Mobile Legends is actually horizontal, right? So I guess I could force it into horizontal maybe, if I need to. Maybe I should, because it's gonna be hard to fit all the stuff on it if it's vertical. So I think like Mobile Legends, doesn't it force the game into horizontal mode? Can you double check me on that? Also, how do I do that if I want to force this game to be horizontal if they load it in with mobile? There's a lot of changes to do this. I don't really know if I want that, but I will. Huh, that's actually interesting. This part here, I don't see this in cursor, so it's apparently creating some memory about what we're doing here. But I think it probably does that. You don't see it, maybe. All right, let's start with this. Just force it into horizontal and see what it looks like. Start. Hopefully it only does that if the user is using a mobile device. I just, okay, so I rotated it. I feel like as you steer, the camera should probably lock on, right? The rotation's a little too. All right, I'd like to start with making the the radar much smaller if you're on mobile. Can you um can you add that logic? That should be in chat.js, I believe. Maybe like 50% the size, something like that. Hey, how's it going, Decano? I'm working on the mobile stuff. I'm trying windsurf. I saw there was a competition on Twitter. One of the requirements was had to be mobile, uh, or supported on mobile. So I'm just starting with that. I'll try to go like really hard the next like 7 days, make it really good. We'll see. I guess it's actually 10 days. How are you doing? It didn't change the size, right? I think it's still the same size. Did I reload the page? Oh, that's cool. I actually noticed. Oh, nice. Cool. Yeah, feel free to send it to me. I'll check it out. So, let's see, release the chat for native. That's great. So you're basically making the interface better for their silly little. Um, I think that's actually a really good idea because I found it kind of like the generation was really good, but playing around with the website was a little bit not fun. So yeah, send it to me. I'll probably use it if gonna need. I'm probably gonna need more images for the bottom part here. So. All right, you can't send links in the chat, I guess. So just send it to me on Discord. I think you joined, if I remember correctly. Blow my nose. Let me check if you sent me a Discord. Yeah, you did. Cool. Let me check it out. See if it. I know you're still working on it, so no worries if there's any bugs or anything. Cool. Looks good. Nice. WebSim. That's a pretty good domain. WebSim. I like that. It's memorable. That's cool. So is this like your history sort of with this particular chat or something? Is it kind of like you work together with other people? Nice. Let's try. Yeah. Let's see. It's already better because I remember even when I was trying to I was trying to create a new chat. I was like, where's the new button? And you had to click the like a strange place. agree to chat. I was like, what? This is just very easy. New chat. Nice. Gotta have dark mode and light mode. Yeah, I like it. It's cool. I'll definitely try it out once I get my API key and stuff. Oh yeah, yeah. I bet there's... Oh, I see. That makes sense. Yep. Yeah. So it's kind of like Replit or something. I haven't used the Replit, but I like all those sites. They're cool. Quickly prototype, I bet. Okay, let me see if I can. So I didn't see the size change on the radar in the chat. Can you try again? The dog is mad. Or I guess just sad. Don't really like how they're doing that. It's not quite. No. Please don't define CSS styles in index HTML. Try to do it in this chat.js file. What does this look like? Cool. Let's see, I'll be right back. I have to go. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Like 40 seconds maybe. Nice. That's funny. Wait, you actually made that animation? Oh, is it the same way that you were talking about before, where you basically are generating each one edit and then you put it together? That's really cool. I gotta try that actually. I guess for simple animations, like not 3D models, you could, if I could find a use case for the game, but maybe something else. Let's see what it's doing here. Direction marker. I don't think that does anything, right? Okay. Can you try again? This time, try to resize it if they're on mobile. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Yeah, that's a really good idea, actually. Because, like, that's probably the best way to do animations right now, I bet, for those kind of images. I'm trying to figure out how to a way to do that with 3D models. I was working on that yesterday and the day before. If I can figure it out in a good, like, streamlined process, then I feel like that'd be a really good service for people. Like, they just upload a model, and then you can apply animations on it. I couldn't really find any service for that. I wonder if one exists, but I saw one. It was like deep motion, but I couldn't upload the model. I would have had to. Well, actually, I could upload a model, but they only supported humanoid models. So, and it had to be like specific. You had to like set it up for that. So, but my idea was if I can figure out how to import a model, select like the vertices relevant to the animation, and then just run it through like maybe 3JS or something, like programmatically animate it. I don't know. And then give it back to the user. Not really sure. Or even like a Blender MCP, which I tried yesterday, but it wasn't good. So that definitely won't work. At least not yet. This is kind of weird. Why does it keep applying the same radar ring? Let me try cursor for this task, see what, just switch back and forth. On mobile, can you please set it so the radar is much smaller, like maybe 50% the size, so if the user is using a mobile device? Both the radar and the chat. Alright, let's see if that worked. Still not. Apparently this is a tough task. Not really sure why. Can you please make it so everything is reduced? Like, literally everything about the radar is reduced by some percent if they're on mobile. Alright, if this doesn't work, we're gonna have a problem. What? That's crazy. Still all the same size. Okay. Alright, I might have to do this one myself. Right. So what is the biggest div? We can actually figure that out. We just inspect. I guess we can just look here. So if I set the width here to be 50, right? It should change, right? See, it does. So how is this so hard? Just change the width and the height. Like there are more challenging CSS books. I think part of the problem is you have to then fit everything in there, obviously. But, can you use a more robust way to check if the user's on mobile? Why are you using like this, the width size? Is there any other way to check? Okay, this makes sense. You have a function to go through everything. Okay, let's try that. Okay, cool. Now it's working a little better. It's definitely made the radar smaller. This is the old radar, I assume. Okay, hold on. Switch to my This is Monday. Let me just make sure when I switch back, it should fix itself. Okay, doesn't. That's because I changed the height to 100, I think. So I'm gonna remove that. Okay, cool. Now if I set this, rotate, what? Weird. Actually looks pretty good. Just the text needs to be smaller. This just needs to be much smaller. This is what it currently looks like. Can we go through and basically make the text smaller, so font size, and make sure the logbook um, fits in there too? So just take a look at the current version. Nice. That looks pretty good. Looks pretty good, actually. Nice. I really like that, actually. Looks nice. Maybe we should make it smaller on desktop even. Cool. Now let's start with the other ones. We have the function that works. So it looks really good. Where should we put the new function we created? Is mobile device? Where would make the most sense in the code base? Device utils? Sure. Device change. So I like the device utils. Should this maybe go in the main JS to set up? Yeah, I guess this is a good opportunity to learn. Where is the search and replace? There we go. Yeah, probably just remove this, right? Let's see here. So can we do the same with ability bar? Basically import the is touch device, and then resize everything to be much smaller, like 50% the size. Let's see here. Okay, let's try this. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Oh, nice. That looks really good, actually. Cool. That looks really good. Now just remove the QRT stuff. Just basically you click it instead, right? So I click it. Okay, clicking is not working for the targeting. Actually, maybe it should be a little bigger. Can you make it just a little bigger? But other than that, it looks really good. Let's see, one second. Okay, cool. So now just see if it finished this. Nice. Looks pretty good. This blue part, do you know what this is? Is this in chat.js or where is this? Behind the the radar. Okay, so it looks like it's this, right? Cool. I will comment this out. It's gonna be a blue color. Huh, I didn't even see this part. Oh, there's two. Okay. This is the legacy, I guess. I guess we're using it. Yeah, just get rid of all this stuff. Do mini map. Yeah, I'm using the $20 subscription, and then I pay for usage after the original 500 queries. I haven't subscribed to Windsurf yet, just trying it out. I'm not really sure. I mean, I think I'll just keep seeing if it what it can do better versus Cursor. I'm not really sure exactly. So I think we do need this part. This part I commented out, but Nice. Great. Okay, looks good so far. Now we need to shrink a few more things and then add the functionality for these buttons, which should be pretty easy. Yeah, no kidding. I feel like I mean, even if, this game, it's just a good learning thing, to see what I can do with it. And I mean, I'm sure it's going to be very helpful for building things in the future. So I don't really think and considering how often I'm using it. I imagine I can't play the fishing game on mobile. Pretty sure. Yeah. We may make a different fishing game if you're on mobile. Let's see, where is it? Is it not called fishing.js? That would be too easy. Okay, it's here. Interesting. Okay, we'd like to do the same thing for the fishing part of this as we did for the abilities and the radar. So if there are users on mobile, please make all the elements like 50% smaller. Please use is touch device from touch controls. I'll have to actually try this on my mobile device. I might be able to sensitive rotation here. You go really quickly. I just realized something. While cursor's doing that, I can do something else. So while it's generating, I can just be like, hey, I didn't realize this. So let's go to the UI for the abilities. So can you please make it so if it's a touch device, we don't show the keys like in the abilities bar? So we should just remove that, like the Q, R, T, etc. Multitasking. Yeah, let's say there's like tons of these IDEs. You just switch between all of them, do them all at the same time. That actually pretty efficient. Is it rewriting everything? Because it all looks different. Please don't rewrite anything. Just only do the touch controls changes, just to change the sizing for the fishing. Okay, let me go back to windsurf. Looks maybe right. That's right. Nice. See, it removed all the keys. It's perfect. Now let's see if the fishing is right. Like, why is it renaming stuff? I don't understand. Whatever. Okay, let's try it. Okay, now it's gone, right? Because it's renaming stuff. All right, I'm gonna do the same thing, but in windsurf. Let's see if it does it better. I think it probably will. So please write the fishing to make it 50% smaller if the user's using touch controls. It should be in UI.js. Let's see, what else can I do while I'm waiting? This, it's like a work on this part needs to be smaller too. But since it's the same file, I'm gonna wait. I don't want to have two of these modifying the same file. See if it worked. Is that actually the flag? Oh, it is here. So then what other changes? Okay, it makes a bunch of changes. Okay, let's try it. It does not succeed, I think. There's a lot of trouble just changing the sizes. I understand. I saved the file, right? Let's try again, but this time I want you to keep these changes extremely simple, right? Like, don't change anything, but just change the width and the heights of, a few things. Please keep it very simple based on the user mobile device. Because I feel like it just keeps trying to do a little too much. Don't save. Don't really understand why this is removed. Strange. Remove my changes for the letters. Must have accidentally undid it somehow. That's this right here, right? Okay, now it's fixed. Okay, cool. Now we're in a decent state, I would say. I wonder if this file is just a little too big for it to do simple things. So I'm going to do it myself, I think. So it's touch controls is touch device. And then we want to go to the fishing container is touch device. Make it 90 pixels. Yeah, let's just check that that worked. Okay, good. And height should be smaller as well. And then just change the font sizes and stuff. Make it 9 and 12. I must already be setting the font size somewhere. We'll remove this. Setting in other places too. Move this. Nice. Needs to be probably a little wider, a little more, a little less high. Other than that, it's pretty good. Okay, maybe keep the height, I guess. Let's make it a little wider. Not bad. Okay, now we just make the text up here small. Oh, and let's verify what it looks like in normal situations. It should be a bit taller. Yeah, Gemini is. I tried coding with Gemini, but didn't really have much success. How large is the code base? I think it's. I don't really know. Let's check. Probably 80,000 somewhere, but some of that's just boilerplate stuff. But definitely, as the files get over, I would say 1,200 lines. So I've noticed that's when it really breaks down, and it can't do a whole lot. So I think I need to really try to avoid that as much as possible. Because it can't even do a simple task right now of changing the size of the um, boxes and stuff. It should be really easy, but I just did it in like a minute. So just I think it's just too much. Actually, I think I know what's happening there because I noticed one time it gave me a prompt. I mean, it gave me a message that said it couldn't access the contents of the function, and this was a really big file. So I think I have a feeling what they do, if it gets over a certain size, they just pass in the function names, and that's maybe why it fails sometimes for those really large files. That's my guess. Because the fact that it can't just figure this out means that it's maybe something's getting cut off or something. That's what I think. Also, another thing, I feel like it'd be really nice, like feature if Cursor like allowed you more um, access to what they're doing. Like if I could see exactly, hey, they sent this. This is why this is not working. This prompt isn't working. It's because they're cutting off part of my code. Then I could better, because basically I'm figuring it out through sort of this approach of just trying it over and over again and seeing when it fails. But if we could actually go in and see the logs of what it's doing, it'd be really nice. I wonder why they don't allow you to do that. Maybe it's because they want to protect how their agent works or something. Like they don't want people trying to copy them. Maybe. I don't really know. It's just a little weird. It's maybe just not a priority. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's a good point. Um, I might switch to like play around with what would give me more control as well. Like if I had more ability to control the agent, like configuration wise, rather than just because really my only configuration is I can say, hey, here are my rules, right? But it's still kind of a black box, like what the agent's actually doing. If I could actually go in and change exactly how the agent works, like, hey, if the file is over 1,200 lines, give me a warning. Like if you're cutting off context, give me a warning. If you're, and maybe you can like modify the behavior too. Or maybe there could be like plugins people make plugin that would change how the agent works, stuff like that. I don't know. Okay, we'll probably fix these errors on the right after we make this smaller. Start. So I think we just go through and change the font size. So just like change it to 9, bro. I can just do a there's at least on it down here. 9, otherwise 12. Nice. But I guess just make these a little smaller. Better than that. So you see how this is weird? Like, why didn't that change what it looked like? It just changed the height and the width, and it didn't do anything. Just gonna double check. Okay, yeah, definitely didn't do anything. It should be able to do this file, I think, because it's only 300 lines. So let's try it. Can you make? Oh, I just realized I'm modifying. I'm modifying the shop UI, which is another place entirely. Okay, that's on me actually. Yeah, and you said. Um, oh yeah. So let's see. Oh yeah, I should try Klein. I forgot about that. That should be next. I'm not. Wait, can I try it? I actually know little about it. What- Yeah, it's a plugin. Okay, I'm gonna try it because I read some stuff on Twitter, but I don't really know much else to be honest. Okay, and you said I hope we'll get a model. It's gonna Sonnet. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. Yeah, Sonnet's pretty expensive, actually. I mean, not really, but definitely more expensive than the others. Yeah, that's what I'll do tomorrow. Right, right out. We made it a little bigger, I think. I mean, 46 and 43. Okay, and let's see, where's the last part? I think I put it in here, fortune. It's actually not in here. Oh, it's in here. Autoplay complete's pretty good. I didn't know that. All right, nice. Just gotta keep the portions. Okay, cool. I just have to change the height of the UI that comes up. Is this the panel? Yeah, this is the panel, right? Okay, cool. So here, gotta keep the proportions. So 300, it's like 180. Oh, nice. Very, very bad. Mhm. Change the font size and everything. Just change all the font size. Just make it all 9. Okay. Wait, will this actually even fit all this stuff? Even with the, we'll try it, but I need to make the whole thing much bigger. I think it needs to be much bigger actually. Let's double the size, I would say. Nice. Looks reasonably good. Just needs to be a little smaller. The part with the captain's diary needs to be right. You said Klein is a VS Code plugin. Yeah, I gotta try it. Probably keep this like 15 or something. Okay, that's pretty. Great. Now we do the inventory. Just need to shrink that a little. Here it is. Great. Is the treasury broken? Should have treasures. Suspicious. Why is the inventory still big? Like, okay, I think that's pretty good. I don't really think need to mess with it too much, but I think it's pretty good. The only thing is that the abilities don't work quite yet, which is actually important. So let's do that now. Let me actually check something. If I click it, okay, yeah, it doesn't work. Okay, gotcha. So we just have to add like a click listener for that. And I think that's right. So we're going to attach the ability manager. So right now it works, all the abilities work when you press the keys, but we want to make it so when you click the abilities, it also triggers them. So can we add a click listener on all the buttons? You're going to need the ability in the ability bar. You want to, this is where you want to add these click listeners and they should trigger stuff in ability manager. Okay, let's see if that works. So, helpers. So, but can you explain the second part of this? So I have to instantiate the ability bar with the ability manager. Why do I have to do that? But couldn't we just import it? Why do we have to do it this way? I mean, this is one of the things. It's like, why in the world would you do it that way? I don't understand. Maybe I'm wrong. See, I don't like this either, though. So remove that ability manager. No, I don't like that either, actually. But can you explain to me why can't you just do import? Maybe some JavaScript thing that I don't understand. But I thought when you do an import, doesn't it already instantiate for you? I thought that was a JavaScript thing. Like if I import class is the same as doing new. Could be totally wrong about that, but that's what I thought. Anyway, But we definitely already instantiated the main, so we already instantiate the ability manager in main. Can we use this instead? See if there's any errors. Okay, so I'm getting the clicked ability print, which is good. Cool, so I'm getting the clicked ability print now, but it's just not triggering the ability. Can you look again? That is interesting. Yeah, I was kind of wondering about this like weird synthetic event thing, but yeah, you can just fire it directly. So, and that drastically reduced code. So interesting. Did the other way. Okay, still doesn't work. Let's see if we get here. I guess it's not defined this thing. Probably just defined before it exists. Right? Nice. All right, cool. So now I just have to figure that out. I'll just see if it works first on the, yeah, so it follows the cursor here, which means it's working sort of. Cool. So just have to make sure it's following, like when the user presses down, that's when it should fire. Oh, it actually does work. So I just have to change one thing. Is we probably don't have a crosshair if the user's on mobile. You make it so if the user's on mobile, they don't have a crosshair. So we should import is touch. That should be pretty easy to change actually. Just import here. And, I just actually do it in another file. Let me just remove this. Let's see, style. And you just go in the functions. Stop aiming. Okay, we're still getting some errors here. Something was required about this. I think it's fine for now. I'm saying that we gotta bother with it too much. I think I'm just gonna push it, and it's pretty good. Works mostly. Let me test it one more time. I actually did that. Oh, now the Q doesn't work. So, do we change anything in ability manager? That would change that. Hmm, great. Let's check that. So some of my recent changes, now when I press Q or any of the keys for the abilities, they're no longer triggering. Can you find why? What did it add here exactly? Let's see if it fixes it though. Okay, it doesn't actually fix it. So it must be another change. Did we remove anything related to the registration of the keys? Full screen this year. I'm gonna try commenting this part out just to see if it fixes it. Because that's really the only part that we changed that's related to this, I think. Okay, it actually is that. So somehow this part is creating some issues. When I commented this out, it fixed the key bindings. Is there any way we can have both the key bindings and when you click, it also fires the same events or at least triggers the same functions? How can we rewrite this to make it work? I don't like that because I don't really want to deactivate the current ability. Is there any really simple solution to this? I don't really want to add a bunch of logic for this. Now the clicking it works, but the keys don't work. So what do you think is the issue? How do we get around this? No, that's not it. Okay, this is to do this. I guess I'll try Windsor for this particular problem. See if we can figure this out. Otherwise, we're on our own. When I commented this code out in the abilities bar, the keys start working again. When I added them, I can click the keys to trigger ability, but the Pressing the key no longer works. What's the right way to do this so both will work? Okay, let's see that read this side here. Ah, yeah, that's important. Let's stick that. So it says I commented out activate ability. Let's see. That's an abilities bar. Okay. I think that actually makes sense what it did. So let's just apply it. Trigger ability, right? Okay. And if I comment this out, it should work. All right. That's pretty weird. Let's say I don't have this, right? It should work still. Okay. This is definitely this function. Errors, I guess. Now the keys work, but the other one doesn't. Right. We add this, that will be the inverse. Very bizarre, I would say. Not really sure. So now when I use the trigger ability, now the keys no longer work. Any ideas? Okay, let's try this one. What the heck? Okay, probably gonna note this one down and just come back to it because it's a little bit annoying, I would say. Weird mobile bug with keys not working. I'm gonna discard these two and then comment this out for now. I think we should basically have separate touch listeners so they don't interfere with each other. That's my guess. Okay, so update. Comment out this weird thing. Okay, what's next to do? Actually, this is a good opportunity to try Klein. I'll try it. Open up Visual Studio Code. Oh, let's see. I didn't see your recent message that came out. I'm not gonna lie. Even though I love these open source agents, it's so nice to code with cursor. There's errors as well. Okay, that's good to know. I'll try it right now, but I believe you. I will probably run into some errors. I'm gonna install this one. This is a one I used in the past called Double. Use Double. Just for the moment. See, how does it work here? This is comical. CLI I think it's supposed to be silly, right? So it's a Command Shift P, open up. Okay, let's try it. Probably need to. Okay. I'll probably just. Well, I'll get some free credits, I guess. Okay, so I'll open my game folder. Let's say I do, okay, Command Shift P. Nice, very similar looking thing. Now let's see if I ask it this question, if you can figure it out. Root code, so that's another thing I got. I have even less of a clue what that is, so let me look it up. So it's a fork of Klein. So okay. Hold dev team. Okay. I'll have to see a demo, I guess. I'll bookmark it. Let's try this problem we were having. If it can fix it. So let's see, where was it? It was right here. I'm trying to fix this so the both mobile, well, but both selecting this icon triggers the ability as well as pressing the key. When I comment this code out, the keys work, but not the selecting the ability with clicking. And if I uncomment it out, the inverse is true. So then the clicking the abilities work, but not the keys. So I think it makes sense. Listeners, there should be separate listeners for these click events so they don't interfere with each other. Please look at Ability Manager as well to do this. And let's see what it can do. Group. I'm just going to auto-proof. Read files. That's it. Just 40, I guess. I like it as this nice little counter up here to see how much money is going. Nice. It's interesting that just reading the file was 8 cents. It's actually kind of a lot just for reading one file. Did it just edit the files? Okay, no, it, so it wants to edit this file. So how do I approve it? Yeah, do it. Oh, I see. It's doing a bunch of stuff in this version of the file. Okay. What did it end up doing? Okay. Normalized key. What is that? Key to lowercase. Okay. All right. Delete it. Ability by key. Okay, we'll try it. That still works. That's good. Yeah, the clicking doesn't work. But it might be closer. See, I don't think Ability Manager has this activates ability by key function. Oh, it actually does? Okay. Let's just see if it's triggered. S tier. Oh, there's let's see. Oh, look. Okay, so you need to select the checkbox for auto approve, so it applies. Yep. Also check the settings. Perhaps there's something right. Don't know client settings. Know that root code has way more settings than client for sure. Okay, interesting. I'll definitely have to try both of those. Start with this. If we can fix this bug, I'd like it pretty quickly. It definitely did maybe something a little different. So if I look in abilities bar, right, I should see this print here. Ability manager found. So it gets here, but not in here, right? it's literally not getting here. How is that possible? Okay, says something weird is happening. It's not actually updating the thing for some reason. I'm gonna close the other ones and just run the server again. So when I click here, there shouldn't be a print. Okay, there's no print, right? Wacky. So I'm gonna comment this out again. Okay, so now it like works again. Pretty weird, don't really understand it. But they're definitely just interfering with each other somehow. Somehow that's, it's not okay to call this directly. Let me just look at the function, I guess. I'll just read the function. There's just something to do with it. Okay. So we definitely get in here. I'll look at the cannon shot, right? I guess the first thing, just make sure it gets in here. So it does get there, just makes sense. Then it should probably get in here, right? It says deactivate the current active ability. Don't cancel background abilities. So I'm gonna comment out that stuff. See what it does. So when I click here, it gets in the same function. Both of these are getting in the same function, but are doing very different things. So let's just print all the stuff relevant to them. Ability ID. Okay, so I press Q. Ability ID cannon shot. Should be both the same. Oh, thanks, dude. Yeah, I was just trying to remember that. Not yours, Edgy. That guy spent a long time building his sort of distribution there. And he does have PvP and stuff, which is not super easy to make work well. So, I mean, he has kind of a basic sort of PvP that works. So that's cool. Also, the scale of it, to try to support that many players, you have to make sure that. So, I mean, he definitely is not like. It's definitely like. And I guess he's also updating it. But with that said, I'm not really a fan. If I was him, I don't know if I'd do the ad stuff. But I mean, he definitely made some money, so that's cool, I guess. It's honestly amazing the ad stuff worked. It's a lot of ads. I think it'll just probably, my guess is it just gets easier and easier, and it gets more and more fun for more people. Like me personally, I don't really enjoy. Like I feel like there's a lot of engineers they enjoy the intricacies of coding, like everything. They really want to learn everything about it. They want to do the right patterns. They love making it look nice. I just never really totally had that same. I just like making the things, and then I like the what it looks like afterwards. So I feel like a lot of people are like me. So I think it just becomes more and more fun for more people because it's easier to make things quickly. And every day you'll get, because I notice like if I don't make a lot of progress in a day, I'll feel less motivated the next day to work on it. So if programming gets faster and faster, then more and more people will have the motivation to keep making things every day. So that's what I think. So more and more people will make stuff. It will be more fun. I think it basically like the just English becomes the programming language, right? Where you just like explain it very detailed and explain it in the right way. And it probably helps to know some programming so that way you can like for example these problems. There's always going to be probably some stubborn, maybe it's a security thing, things that it's not really well trained on, and you probably have to dig a little deeper to yeah, this stuff you know is fairly simple. So there's like probably going to be like really in-depth security or memory problems, like a memory leak. I don't know. If you're using C++, you might need a human touch, as they say in Interstellar. So I think they only said that once in the movie. I'll be back in like a couple minutes. Thanks for hanging out, the cow. But one sec. Yeah, Decano, I just saw your message here. Hey, Space Hill. Yeah, definitely some people will lose jobs, right? I think makes sense. But there's also going to be way more code in the world. The more people are creating, it's easier to create. It's hard to know if there'll be like net less jobs, like because with more code comes more security problems, more code to maintain. Also, there's the problems of like when you have like many, well, like architectural kind of stuff, like you have like many microservices, you gotta like chase down weird issues. So I think I agree with you. That's definitely going to replace a lot of creative jobs. Like I could see, artists and stuff. Because even though there's more art in the world, you don't really need to maintain art. Code is a little different. There's no like security problems with digital creations, but the code you have to maintain. Like so, if there's let's say AI 10x is the code in the world, then I feel like software jobs would it would probably not decrease them. That's my guess. But I agree with you on the artists. It's an interesting thing, though. I don't really know for sure. 'Cause, like, even if you have like, let's say you have a bunch of AI bots maintaining a code base, there might still be some, pesky security kind of stuff, or just something that it misses that requires humans to come in and debug. Like, I don't think there'll be 100% hit rate, even 10 years from now. There's going to be still like a few things, even if it's like 0.01%, but you've 10x the code, 100x the code. That's hard to say. Let's say I comment this out. What happens? Just out of curiosity. It's definitely a crucial component. On aim start. All right. I think we see some problems here. Where's the actual fire? So weird. Yeah, where is this? Because that actually kind of matters. I see. Oh, you got some when you sent a Discord? Cool. Let me check. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely check this out. Let's see. Let's see. Definitely. Yeah, definitely. Right. So yeah, I totally agree with that. Like, because it transcends just the stuff you're doing on a computer, robotics, everything. You can do anything really. Simulations. I think robotics would be a really cool one because there's a lot of like stuff that will make easier for that. This cord doesn't work anymore, so I have to. Okay, so when I click here, right? When I click here, did I not get the "we are here" one? Very weird. Yeah, and execute active ability. Then when I do this, obviously doesn't hit, right? This explains why the shift works no matter what, because it's calling it right here as null. And I click, boom. Right. Then when I press the key, boom. Okay, good. It isn't ring every time. There's no active ability set, right? But then if I click, we are here. Yeah, exactly. Active ability set. So if we go back to that function, right? Activate ability by key. Where do we set this dot activate active ability equals? We do it in the start ability by aiming, which is here. If I click it, we are here. Boom. I should make my prints better. Those get here. So it sets it. But somewhere it's setting it to null, right? Because then we enter. Wait, now it's working. Oh no, it's not working at key. That's the active ability. And let's make sure that the active ability equals something. It's not null. This is definitely an object. Let's see, something calling this. Let's check. Oh, it actually is. Something's calling cancel ability. So whatever's calling it, that is probably the issue. Let's look at this. I'm gonna comment this out just to see. That is related. Nice, it works now. So it's just some random code that it's added. It added here at one point for some reason. Let's see, why did it add this? Check if this ability is already active. So toggle it off. It's probably just calling it twice. Very cool. So that kind of fixes that bug. It's gonna make sure it works with the. And then if I press it, nice. Cool. Oh no, and the harpoon doesn't work. It only works if you click it. I must have commented something out there, right? Let me look. Yeah, why would we remove this? That's kind of a nice part to have. Okay, it just kind of rewrote it. Oh, I forgot to add context. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I probably didn't do that with Klein. I definitely did it with the other ones. That probably would help. I'll definitely try the roux one too. Might be better. Let me see if I remove this, if that fixes the harpoon, just out of curiosity. Okay, it doesn't, right? Got this. Okay, so it is actually this thing, just causing the bug again. So we added all our prints, so we can just use it to the bug. That's the same thing we get here, but it's set the active ability to nothing. And if we go to cancel ability, let's see if it's canceling it. Somehow the active ability is null still. I'll just make sure, but it is. Something is removing it. Last time it was this, but it could also be this. So let's try that. I didn't switch to light mode, Manu. I tried a climb, so I'm using a VS Code, um, which I have on light mode for some reason. I know it's pretty bad. I'm gonna remove this print, the game state. The reason I can't search it is because they have a emoji in the print. Why? Please no emojis. So there's got to be another place where we're canceling the ability, I think. Something is probably calling this. I'll check. Interesting. So nothing is calling that. So there's got to be another place where we're setting active ability to equal null, which is here for some reason. Oh, but I'm logging there, so it's not there. Already logging here. We are also doing it here. Notify ability reset. So I'm gonna comment that out. See if that fixes it. Mhm. Just out of curiosity. Okay. Okay, it works now, I guess. So these two are kind of just like interfering with each other somehow. I think what's happening is it's like calling it twice. And it just like instantly deletes itself or something. I guess I can verify that. I'm gonna reload so I can see if it's printing it twice. Oh yeah, see that's exactly what's happening. It's printing it's calling the function twice in a row when I press R. So then the first time it triggers and then the second time it just sets it to null because it's like they press it twice. So that's the problem. I figured out the problem here with this code that it adds. It's once I add it and I press the key now, so let's say I press R, trigger the harpoon, it's calling it twice. So then it immediately deactivates it. Why is this exactly? Why are these interfering with each other? They click and the key press. I see. Yeah, that's the problem, right? So we definitely do not want this function. From the ability manager, can you add an activate ability by key function? I accidentally deleted this, which is important. Sorry. Manu is blinking. I'm sure he's up to some activities. Nice. Nice. Great. It's all working actually. Cool. So we fixed that bug. That was kind of a stubborn one. But it wasn't, it actually, I mean, I guess just some commentary here. The AI could not find the fact that it was just kind of a simple, we had this part here also enabled. So we had another function for these shortcuts. So we just had two listeners. We had shortcuts here, and then we had shortcuts also in this file. So it just triggered every function twice. And then, so yeah, and then just immediately disable the ability. So it was not able, none of the three were able to find that particular problem. Took me a while, but it's not exactly that hard definition. If I may say so myself. Cool. Let's see. So you got the mobile kind of working. I think the next thing is to fix the bug with the where you fire is based on the camera's location, not where your ship's location. So let's go look at that. So one issue is where you fire seems to be based on the camera's location. Can you find where that code is? Because it can make it weird. Like if your camera's facing a certain way, it's firing opposite where you'd expect it to fire. I guess I could fix this too. Let me check Firebase to make sure Manu isn't doing anything too wacky. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's try that. Nice. It's pretty good. I'm gonna switch it to normal though. Cool, the firing works perfectly now. Yeah, cool. Thanks for joining the kennel. Appreciate it. That was good talking. All right, cool. So it actually fixed the cannon thing really quickly. It's funny, sometimes it fixes it super quickly. You're like, cool. So maybe let's try adding the scattershot damage now. I'm actually pretty happy with progress. We did a lot pretty quickly, I think. Okay, so let's add some damage for this. This should be pretty smooth, I think. So I'd like to add some damage for the harpoon shot. So the way this should work is like, actually, first I want your recommendations. Should we maybe have a damage system for each of these, or should we try to integrate it with the existing damage system file? Like architecturally, which is the best? architecturally. Yep. Okay. So how does this work exactly? So, will this work with the, so basically the scattershot has a ton of cannons, small cannons, you could think of it. Will this work with the existing code, or do we have to write that specifically for that? Or does damage system have logic for these collisions? Oh, Manu's here. Hello. Who's that? Oh, looks like he's trying to hack it as usual. Did he succeed though? Let me look in my console. Look at the viewboard. Let's see if this works as expected. Nice. Good. Okay, let's try it. Let's import. That's super dope. Let's grab the. Where's the damage though? No damage. Projectile. Right, smaller hit radius. Okay, let's try it. Actually, might already work. Another thing to knock off. Oops, wrong ability. Nice. Oh, already kind of works. Oh, we can try to get the harpoon working today, I suppose. And make sure that everything's deploying. Nice. Damage per tick. It's not bad. What will we need to do for the harpoon to actually stick to the enemy? Will that attach to enemy actually work, that function? Oh, that's dope. That works. That'll be really cool. It's like yanking effect. Position a clone. How's it actually pulling the, does it actually have the enemy? Where's it defined though? Equals. So I don't see enemy.mesh defined in this file. You might need to import from the chunk entity controller, the monsters. But actually just look at how damage system is doing, do it very similarly. Very curious to see what this will do. That'd be super cool if it works immediately. Okay. That's so hard to, okay. The game crash, not too expected. Getting this error, can you try to fix it? See that I hit him or no? Okay, I don't think it. I think it's actually kind of hard to hit him. Okay, it definitely kills them, which is not really what I want. Um, Obviously, the hitbox is not really working. Can you make sure to register the projectile and everything with the damage system? Right now, it doesn't seem to be actually touching the enemy, so I think we need to rework this a little bit, right? Like, we know the damage system works. We should probably write this code in, like, maybe some derivative of the damage system for specifically the harpoon. So I'm going to discard the changes so far, and let's try to rewrite this, but basically create a new file called harpoon damage system, and it should extend a lot of the damage system stuff. It's like I'm trying the rotation. I'm actually playing the game on my phone. It kind of works. I feel like the controls could be a little better, but it sort of works. Okay, we're gonna try this new harpoon ability. What's the issue here exactly? Differs from. Don't really see a problem. realizing we should make a camera lock-in mode, so it, like, actually, as you rotate, the camera rotates with you. Because having to constantly adjust your camera is actually not super fun, I would say. Oh, the camera's still not totally working. Weird. Alright, yeah, so what I'm going to do is this. Because it's impossible. Can you make the hitbox really big so that way I can see that I hit the... Because it's actually really hard to hit anything with the harpoon. Oh, that's cool, Manuel. I see you were able to change the text color of your name, which is kind of cool. All right, let's see what it did. Okay. So I think next I'm going to work on the camera lock-in stuff. So where is the monster? There it is. Okay, it actually killed him, so that's good to know. Now the thing is not reloading. Interesting. So let's set the damage to 0. And see what it does then. Okay, it still kills him.
So I'd like to add a default where if you're moving the ship, the camera follows the ship as you move. But if you start dragging, then you can move the camera again freely. And then to lock back in there, you press L. So there's like a key to lock the camera back into the ship if you want to. Nice. Right. So it sort of works. Just have to make sure it's positioned correctly. Also, when you turn the ship, it has to stay the right orientation. Let me just try this here. It's close, but use the boat's orientation for this. So import the boat. Right now it's, like for example, when I rotate the boat, the camera is not sufficiently following it. So just use the boat as a reference for where to keep the camera. Basically, it should be right behind the boat at all times in this default mode. I think it was already imported, actually. Okay, interesting. So what's the issue? Let's see. I think it's going the wrong direction. Actually, low-key. As you rotate this way. That's just backwards, right? I think it's just backwards. So like when I rotate the ship to the right, the camera moves to the left, but should be the opposite direction. Right, because like Try again because it's still not right. There we go. Nice. Cool. It's almost there now. Just needs to. Right now, it's facing the front of the ship. Just needs to face the back of the ship. So, and then also zoom out and move the camera down a little bit. So the default camera position is facing the front of the ship. So everything is perfect now. It just needs, the default position needs to be behind the ship. It's still facing the front of the ship, so please try again. No, please use the boat coordinates just to make sure it's basically you're on the opposite side of the ship. So, 180-degree spin from where you are now. How's that possible? Still not right. For some reason, still facing the front of the ship. Any idea? Oh, that worked. Okay. I fixed it myself. Aha. So now the camera just needs to be a little down. -10. -100. Oh, shoot. Maybe minus nothing. Instead, do this. -10. Nice. Yeah, that's actually way more fun to write them that way. And just need to zoom out more. Probably more even. It's maybe a little too far. Okay. So now whenever I'm casting an ability, it's changing, it's removing the lock of the camera. So just make sure that there's no ability active before removing the camera lock. Before it does that, I'm actually going to commit because I like it. Oh, it looks like the camera's still getting unlocked after firing ability. It's possible that right after it finishes, it triggers. Can you make sure that if we haven't fired an ability, within 2 seconds or something like that, then it will unlock the camera. If the user's dragging. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't know if that'll work, but worth a shot. Nice, actually works. Okay, cool. Cool. my back for more things. Okay, the next thing to fix is this firing thing. So it shouldn't really be based on the player camera where you're firing. It should be based on where you're. I think. How does that work exactly? Hmm. So I gotta figure out a way to make this work for all of them. Alright, so right now the issue is like when you fire the cannon, it's not really going in the direction that you'd expect. Like you click it and it'll fire sort of the opposite direction. Basically, what do you recommend for this? We need to have this a consistent system we're going to apply to everything, like all of our abilities. So we might need to create a new file for this, like some sort of, or maybe put it in an existing file. Can you look what we should do? For I am confused and need guidance. Aiming system. Okay, we will try this. Okay, at least it still fires. That's good. So in order to do this right, we're going to need to check where the player is clicking on the camera, where the player is clicking on the screen. In order to do that, we have to look at like the camera positioning, right? And we have to look at like where the player's selected. How do we do that? That seems really hard. Like some raycasting thing or something? I don't understand. So it is raycasting, world raycaster. Jeez. Gross. Okay. Actually, yeah, it's fine. Put it here, okay. Alright, let's try it. Can't imagine that'll work, right? Wait, what? Actually kind of works. That's crazy. I don't know why I changed the cursor though. So I'm just gonna undo the changes here because removed a lot of styling. Let's just see if it works first. Yeah. Can you make the changes to ability crosshair again? But this time don't change any of the styling with the crosshair. That looks good. Just add back the functionality you did. Yeah, it kind of works, right? Still a little laggy, I would say. Actually, kind of cool. I like it. Looks kind of neat. Just do these changes, I guess. I'm gonna check how many contributions I've made today. only thing is the seems like the frame rate. Looks like the frame rate went way down with this World Raycaster. Anyway, we can reduce the amount of performance issues we're having with this.
Oh, sorry, was I mistaken, or did you just tell me that you would be available at 5 or 8:30? Yeah, 9 p.m. Yeah, that should be fine.
It's definitely way slower for some reason.
Sure. May I know? Yeah, give me a second. I'm talking with and may I know if there's like in case of cancellation, how much will my price change?
I guess I'll speed up the monsters and stuff.
Okay. But in case of cancellation, will it charge? Like under what circumstances will the price change? And how much would that change? Yeah, thank you.
Hmm. Speed. We're gonna quadruple it. The cannonball also quadruple. Speed. Or no, not quadruple. Just make it a little faster.
Per person, here's the cancellation, right? Okay, give me a second.
This radar is so hard to use for some reason. The range should be much greater on the harpoon.
Sorry, give me a second.
And the range should be like way bigger. What the hell is going on? What is going on?
I think I'm still having user glitch.
I'd have to restart my computer because